Alright, check, check. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. I am recovering from a lovely little cold that my boss decided to give me, so once again, I did not do a mod Saturday because I couldn't even breathe yesterday. Today, if it isn't fairly obvious, we've got some Nintendo Switches on deck because I kind of wanted to work on some Switches today, and got some easier ones and some more difficult ones. So we're going to start off with these two, which I think are pretty easy fixes from what I can remember. They both should work. If I remember right, this one had an issue, obviously, with the Joy-Con. Is this the one with the speaker that was bad? Yeah, so this speaker right here is bad. I think that was the only thing I found wrong with it. So I'm going to crack it open. We'll get to getting this Joy-Con thumbstick replaced. Touchscreen in this one works, so I think for that one it was just the speaker, which is odd. Came to me, I think that one was a no power, no charge, but I just kind of like monkeyed around it for a little bit with the charger and got to work. So we're gonna have to keep our eyes on that one and go through. Now this one, the right Joy-Con is fine, but the left Joy-Con is not functional. It does feel a little funky in there now. I know that the Joy-Con is working. And as you can see in this one, we know that this Joy-Con was definitely working. If I slide it in, yeah, nothing. So we've got a Joy-Con issue on this one, a rail issue at the very least. Besides from that, I don't know. And now the cool thing about this one is this one is an unpatched console. Now, unfortunately, the digitizer in this one got a little beat up, but it still doesn't change the fact that the hardware is highly desirable still. Fortunately, no cards or games with these guys. So we're gonna save the Joy-Con one for next. We're just gonna go ahead and let's get this one open, and we'll get the speaker swapped and get her functional. This one I don't believe this is an XKW, so this is a V2 board. Double check. Oh, this is my friend's Mario Kart, I do believe. Indeed it was. So I gotta go put that back on his system so I don't forget it. Might use that later to test, but I've got my own. So anyway, let's just crack into this guy. And anything to swap the speaker out and move on. Really don't want to spend too much time on it because I think it's just gonna hopefully be that. I don't know. Obviously, as you're looking now, I've not. Unfortunately, I've not gotten a chance to open these. So they have all the screws, which is a good thing. It does feel like this is the first time someone's unscrewed them. Now, if you were paying attention last weekend, you probably remember that I had a whole lot of PS4s I was working on. I did have to order some HDMI ports of them. Those showed up today. I don't know. I just didn't feel like working on PS4s today. I kind of wanted to work on Switches because it's been a while. And I enjoy working on Switches. I know a lot of people don't like them, and I can see why. They're pretty sensitive devices and kind of a pain in the ass. But since they're kind of one of the first systems that I got back into the hobby with, I'm pretty comfortable with them. And I spent a lot of time reading and researching them. Mainly because they seem to be a fairly easy and good flip still. You can get them for affordable, and then you can make anywhere from $10 to $50 depending on what's wrong with them and what you paid for them. So let's get this shell off here. Okay, that's looking good. Little dusty, little crusty on the inside, but nothing a little bit. Oh, I'm seeing some signs of liquid damage. That's not fun. There's just some white corrosion looking shit on this one side where the speaker I think is broken. Is no? Yes? Yes. So we think that speaker is not looking good. So okay, so that's not a fun sign, but we'll keep forging ahead here. Looking at the shielding, I do see some signs of liquid ingress. Like anytime you see like whitish discolorations on this stuff, it's generally a sign that some liquid may have gotten in there. Not always, but generally. So white does not make me happy. And I've learned that lesson a few times in a few different switches. Seller distinctly mentions white residue. Chances are that white residue is corrosion from liquid damage. And you're probably better off not buying it, but you know, it all depends on what you like to do. I actually do have a functional switch light board that is heavily water damaged. I'm kind of holding on to because I might make that a nice afternoon project and see if I can't just replace all the liquid damage stuff with donor parts and get it back into sellable shape again, because quite fair, it is a fully functional board and there's no reason why it should be. I'm thinking what I might do with that one is actually hack it with my mod shit that I've got, but still have yet to see. So the liquid damage indicator is absolutely flawless. Not really seeing anything. No, there is a little right here. There's a slight bit of liquid damage right there. So let's go ahead and maybe take a look under the microscope real fast. There we go. Okay. And you could kind of. Am I zoomed in too much here? Let me just see. Yeah. You could kind of see that white on the. See, like, grab my Pokejammy real quick. So, like, this right here is indication of corrosion. See how that kind of scrapes away. So I'm going to lift that up, just take a look underneath. I mean, it's looking okay down here. Nothing that's like really like screaming at me that it needs. And all the connectors are fine. Besides that little tiny bit on the end of the board, it's like, I don't know. So I'm gonna go ahead and we'll just why don't we pull the... I don't know. Yeah. I still have yet to actually get tweezers with serrated edges, but we're gonna... Actually, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna pull the speaker real quick. And that should pop up without much effort. It is kind of stuck in there. The speaker itself looks fine, and let's do this real quick. I'm pretty sure that speaker was dead. So I'm gonna turn it back on. Yeah, that's fine. So that's real quick. The best way to test. So we know that the right or this speaker that I'm pulling on right now is functional. And then we're gonna just essentially plug this guy back in and then just boot her back up. And then if I get no sound, then I know for a fact the speaker is dead, or there's something wrong on the audio circuit over here, because it's pretty, honestly, pretty rare for these things to just die. We'll just do this the easy way. Put you back in your home, and then probably doing all that off frame, so let's just get you back in. Okay, so that's plugged back in. Get the battery plugged back in. We're gonna just yank this completely out. Okay, so we know that the other speaker is definitely unplugged now. Yeah, see, like, no, the fan's fine too. I don't know. It's so weird. It's so rare to see speakers just die, but it's possible. I've got plenty of replacements I could just toss in, so I'm not too concerned about it. But yep, see? Completely dead. No sound whatsoever. Okay. So let's just go ahead and harvest the speaker from something. And if I've got to buy some more, I'll buy some more from China later, but it's actually a part that I don't have new, so I'll have to take a donor for, but I've got so many of these things that legitimately doesn't matter. So let's just grab this guy because he's already unplugged. They're all the same, essentially. Okay. So now before I toss this part, it's always good to test. So I'll put that aside. This one I know should be working. Now I guess the other thing I could have done, and I could still do, but well, is you could put the speaker in the side that you know is working, and that would tell you if it's the speaker or the audio circuit, in case you don't have spares on hand and you wanted to test before you bought an unnecessary part. But these things are like literally $1 a piece, so really not that expensive. Okay, let's get you back on again. Let's put you aside here. Yep, it was the speaker. Cool. Okay. So that was a very easy fix. Probably should do my due diligence here. Let's get her back in, just make sure both speakers are working again. And then we'll probably, I don't know, it doesn't even really seem worth it to, let's take a look on the inside of that. I do see some liquid on the inside of that card reader. Okay. Kind of a weird hiss that, huh. Very interesting here. I'm getting a weird hiss. Let's pull this speaker out. I might put another one in just to try. Oh, that's not cool. Alright, get you settled in your home there. That card reader might need to get cleaned out somewhat because it does look like there has been a little liquid that got into there. Just a splash though. Okay, so do we still have that hiss? No hiss. Oh. Yeah, there is a hiss present, but it's really... I'll have to like maybe take a look at the other one when I'm done with that. Just looking around to see if I can see any more signs of liquid damage, but that hiss is really strong on the... Let's turn the volume down. Could just be a noisy audio circuit. The speaker keeps popping out on me, but yeah, it seems to be okay. I'm not a very big fan of that hiss that's going on, but I'm not really sure what that's all about. I'm gonna have to keep digging. Sometimes it's just nothing, sometimes it's a sign of a short or some extra interference coming from somewhere that I'm just not all that aware of. Or it's been, see, I could still see. So let's see if we can't. We'll focus in here. See, it's kind of hard to see, but you can see that white right there. Let's get some light going on. Maybe I can see inside. I mean, other from just a tiny little bit right there, the rest of this looks stellar. I'm just not going to mess with it, to be quite honest. Like, it's not causing any problems as far as I could tell. Let's take a look at the top of this board. There's a little bit of heat damage right there, I guess. Probably from when it got splashed, a little bit of liquid. But the connector's flawless. The board is flawless, minus that one tiny little spot right there, which, I mean, I'm going to clean that, but I just don't see any really particular reason that I need to pull this apart any further than it's at. Like, I just don't. So let's get ourselves a Q-tip here, some IPA, swab off whatever we can see. It's really not that big of a deal. I'll kind of maybe get it in the game card reader, trying to just be careful of those pins in there. Now, I remember right, I did get the game card to read, so obviously the touchscreens are working, which is the other function of this, and the audio. I guess I could plug some headphones in to make sure that the audio is fine. Scrub up here in case there's anything remaining. Yeah. There's a very, very, very minor little tiny bit of heat damage, but like maybe that's what happened. It just short-circuited our heartbeat and zapped the battery. Quite honest, it's looking pretty good though, so I just don't see legitimately any reason to muck with this any further. It is perfectly fine. In fact, I'm even going to leave the viscous paste alone because it's literally still like factory fresh. That thermopaste that's on the thermopaste that's on the CPU is fine if that the cherry stuff is looking okay. That the stuff that was on the heat pipe is so it's almost like fresh out of the tube soft, so I'm just not concerned about it. And given that everything else is functional, obviously I will play with this for a couple of days and make sure everything's okay, because I did have one with some weird battery issues, but I think this is the one we're going to be working on next that had the weird battery issues, because that one was also sold to me as no power, no charge, and I got it working again, I do believe. Oh, that's right, no, it was sold to me as they couldn't get past the Joy-Con screen. That's right. They said it was functional at one point, and then something happened and it reset, which I think is bullshit. I think they reset it, not realizing that the Joy-Con was probably working on Bluetooth. And unfortunately, with the Nintendo Switches, you need to initialize the console with Joy-Cons being able to connect. So if that rail is dead, it won't once you connect it. Now we need the SD card reader. I'm a big fan of pulling off this little rubber thing, just setting that off to the side. It's a lot easier to feel this Lego connector. There's also a little post that you can use a hook into. I kind of like to get the connector hooked in first. Now, it's a little easier to use a pair of tweezers, but this one's just a slight pain in the ass because of slightly recessed, so it's harder to kind of get everything lined up. And there's no markings on anything, so you don't know really where you're at. But like with anything else, just take your time. Don't use too much pressure. And then when you're lined up, it'll literally just click into place because you don't want to jam on it while it's not lined up. You will destroy the connector. There we go. It's a very distinct click. It just that's why they call them Lego. You'll feel it. It clicks into place just like the Lego does. I'm not a very big fan of them because they're usually pain in the ass, but hey, I get it. They work. All right, good. So let me just grab a quick paper towel here. And is that a bug part? Nah, it can't be. It looks like just a piece of dirt. Yeah. So I'm also looking around the cartridge slot to see if maybe see any more signs of liquid. I see a couple of dots, possibly, but nothing too crazy. Okay, well, that's, and we'll do the Joy-Con next, and then get that out of the way. And do a quick little power on. Okay, just get you wiped out. A little alcohol on a paper towel. I have to be careful around those vents because they seem to disintegrate quite easily with alcohol. Not really needed, but I like to keep dust covers in place when I can, just because it does help keep the system cleaner. Right, so that was just boring, just scrubbing with a paper towel and some alcohol, but getting all the crap off the inside here. So we're going to be selling it on. I'm as clean as I can get it. Not too huge of a deal, but it's nice to know that you at least tried, eh? Okay. We are in place, and just for sanity's sake, we're going to just hold this in place with the Joy-Con screws, and that way if I do need to get to the insides again for some odd reason, I just have 2 screws to pull. Oh, shit. Come on. I don't think that's not what I needed now. That's the one that I need. There you go. Okay. Just slide you in like so. Cool. We will set you aside for the time being, and we'll get to working on this Joy-Con. Okay, so tri-wing on this, and then I'm going to need to pull out my bag of tricks and get me a fresh Joy-Con. There they are. Okay. Ugh, got some gimbals in there. I might even have a black one. Yeah, these screws are a little crusty. I actually think these are the same as the console screws, but just in case we're going to keep them separate. Nintendo, unlike Sony, does tend to keep things pretty uniform so that you don't have to spend too much money on hardware or fasteners at the very least. Okay, so once you get all 4 screws undone, then you just got to basically crack the shells open, which is pretty easy. Just got to be really careful of these ribbon cables right here. Water indicator is good. So let us go ahead, slide it into the battery, pull that up. It's kind of glued into place sometimes with some double-sided tape. Oh, that's an interesting design. This one does not have screws in the battery tray where I would expect them. Okay, so all we have to do now is, oh, this is a different Joy-Con design than I'm used to. Okay. Brass screw, brass screw. brass screw down here. Okay, they're all the same size. Nope. Okay, here's 3 brass screws. And the tray should just... the Wi-Fi? That is the Wi-Fi, okay. So the Wi-Fi is routed to the battery tray in this design, which is kind of interesting. Alright, well I knocked that out, so let's just set that aside so I don't lose that spring. So now the Joy-Con is just a ribbon cable and 2 screws away. Just lift that flap up, pull the ribbon out, undo the screws. Should be the same size as the other brass screws. They are. Just drop that off. The Joy-Con. Well, let's see if I've got a black one floating around. I do have a black one floating around in here. Okay, I got that one taken care of. They only go in one way, so you've got your work a lot easier now. So just kind of squishing on through and get the things lined up. And put your screws back in. One thing I do have to go invest some money in when I get a chance is the little latches for these things that hook into the system and cause the Joy-Cons to stay put. Oh, there is. Yeah, there's a little sign of liquid damage on this. Not much, but we're gonna go ahead and just wipe that down. While we are here, just a little bit of gunk right here. Just go ahead and get some IPA on it. It should. About the other side. Pretty normal levels of gunk on this. Alright. Just go ahead and a little bit left right here. Alright. Should be good. Nothing major. Might need to do the same for let me just get that spring. Those springs are kind of slightly finicky, nothing major, but okay. Now this little Wi-Fi card is going to be a pain in my butt somewhat. Okay, got you into place. Just gonna. Okay. All the buttons still go click, so we can start screwing it in. Perfect. Okay. Last one here. Okay, so that screw post got a little strip, but no biggie. All right, so let's get this Wi-Fi. Did I really do that? Guess I could just. There we go. Okay. Sometimes these cable channels are kind of a pain in the butt, but a little bit of pressure with some tweezers and they slide right back into place. All right, and then we just kind of smush the battery back in. Usually the residual adhesive from the factory tape is enough to hold that battery in place. If not, you feel like it, replace it with your own. It's really not necessary in most cases, but sometimes that battery might be a little floppy on the inside. Anyway, we are gonna screw this back together and then give her a quick test and potential calibration, because sometimes it do need to be calibrated even brand new. But for $1 a piece, I am not going to complain if I've got to spend 5 seconds to get them working properly. Hello. So these are the easy fixes that I'm working on now. I do have a couple more interesting ones. And I have an OLED one that I am not confident that I will be able to get functional again, but we do need to try. Anyway, let's pull out the same switch this came with. So this is the one I just changed the speakers on. I did want to kind of like put my ear up, see if I could hear that hiss through the uh-oh. Did I forget to hook the battery up? Nope, okay. Okay. I'll have to turn on another system and see if that's a problem, but okay, so uh-oh. Well, huh. So it's not detecting. The left Joy-Con is being plugged in now. Yeah, no low battery. What the heck? Well, that's effed. Well, let's try another Joy-Con. Swear to God, I had all this working. Well, well, well. The left Joy-Con is not connecting now. It works wirelessly, but huh. Okay. Well, I'll have to check the cable first of all, but let's go ahead and that's a little frustrating. Alright, so basically all we're going to do, take you down to the controllers and sensors, and then we're going to calibrate the control sticks. Yeah, it's a little, so you can see how the dot is just not making that plus sign perfectly. There we go. Oh. Nah, see, it's not calibrated right. Okay, so let's calibrate this. There we go. Full range of motion. Okay. Check this guy real quick. This stick is fine, it's just not connecting. Alright, so I think, and just to be real quick, test the input devices on it. Testing the controller buttons just to make sure they all work. Perfect. Which they do, but we still have an issue with this. It just refuses to connect. Okay. Cool. Well, that is why I'm kind of glad I didn't really screw everything completely back together. But we've got the Joy-Cons verified working. So now we got to pull it apart again. Yay! Okay, so I've got to take a look. So it's the left-hand Joy-Con wasn't connecting for some reason. All right. Okay. Pull you off. Now we got to do all this crap again. Crap, I guess I should have tested that, but I swear to God it was connecting fine before. Which is weird. I wonder if maybe it has anything to do with the interference. These frickin' rails are pretty sensitive. Unfortunately, I don't have many spares. I'm gonna have to go bite the bullet and order a pack of them. Like $5 a pop domestically. I might be able to get them for a couple dollars cheaper overseas, but thankfully I could do a lot of this testing without having to take the main board out here. Now let's see here. Let's just take a look. Let's see if anything pops out at me. The cable looks like it's in there just fine. Nothing in here is really standing out as being an issue. We can reseat the cable, maybe. That's in there as far as it's going to go. So let's pull it out real quick. It's stiff. I just want to check the connections on it, which should be completely pristine. So I'm most undoubtedly the first person in this system. Yeah, those are fine. Okay. So the next thing we do after we plug this back in is we're going to check the actual rail. But to be quite honest, these things are, yeah, it's got a very firm connection. Okay, so let's take a look on the inside of the rail here and see if we can't see anything. Now those all look gorgeous. They're all gorgeous. Okay. So let's see if that quick little cable receipt did anything for me. Okay. Still nothing. I'm getting a Bluetooth connection, but not a rail. And just to triple check here. This is my Joy-Con that I'm putting in here, which I know for a fact is like literally factory fresh. Yeah, nothing. Okay. So I think we got to try a separate rail here, and if that doesn't work, well then we actually have a component level problem. But if you'll excuse me, I will be right back. Hello, Miss Lelia. Sorry, I had to step away there for just a second. I am back. We're going to try and figure out if this is a rail issue or if I've got to dig further down. The weird thing is the battery does seem to be running a little bit faster than normal. Doesn't seem like this is the one. This is an older revision, so I shouldn't have that diode issue that some of them have. Does look like it's there though, which would be kind of weird considering that this is a later revision board. Let's take a quick look. No, it's not there. So right above that cap, there is sometimes a diode that sits. Let's get this off because I think it's just making things worse. There we go. There's sometimes a diode that sits right here, and it causes a lot of charging and issues and fan spinning issues. Okay, so now what I have to do is I have to pull a Joy-Con from this guy, Joy-Con rail I should say. I'm going to pull them from this guy, stick them on the other unit, and if that doesn't change anything, then I'm going to pull the motherboard out and take a look. Let's just hope it's the Joy-Con rail. I don't know why. There is no signs of corrosion or anything. Nothing popping out to me as to why the Joy-Con rail would be dead. Usually it's pretty obvious. Okay, so this is kind of glued down for some reason. There we go. What the heck is this? What the living heck is that? Where did that come from? I have legitimately never seen whatever the heck this is. Huh. I don't know what that is and where it came from and why it's sitting in. Oh. Well, there seems to be signs of that all along on the side edge of the case. I have no idea what the heck that is. So how's that Game Boy Color working out for you, Lelia? Still chooching? Okay. I'm just confused at the. To me, this doesn't seem like. I don't know. I feel like the Joy-Con rail is fine, but I guess you just never really know. I don't know why it would be damaged, because usually, like, liquid damage is pretty obvious, and if it's a connection issue, there's going to be some corrosion. That's also very evident. Excuse me. Some of those Joy-Cons over there. Just going to grab this ribbon cable out, pull you out, set you to the side for further inspection. Now let's take a look at it real quick visually. It looks fine. Not seeing any tears or pokes in the cable. We already looked at it under the microscope. The connections look good. Of course, like a little hinge pin right there that kind of holds the PCB for the flex into the metal bracket. So what we're going to do is basically just put like one screw in, one or two screws in anyway. Just enough to hold it in place, and then connect it, then hook up a Joy-Con, and then see if that fixed it. And if it didn't, then I got to pull the motherboard out and figure out what the heck is going on. Could be there's a small little chip on the back of the Joy-Con, near the Joy-Con connectors. It does, I think it has something to do with more with charging than signal, but could be causing an issue, I suppose. Could be. Alright, let's get some tweezers here real quick. It's a little slightly easier to lay the motherboard down on top of this than do it this way, but this works too. Just gotta be a little careful you don't damage the cable. Flap is up. Okay, gonna just go ahead and okay. Back to a solid connection again. Okay. That feels fine. Guess we will power up and see what the issue is. There's not much to the Joy-Con system, unfortunately. Okay, we're in the home screen. Here's our handy dandy yellow Joy-Con. It paired wirelessly. Now, no. Nothing. So just as I thought, grab this one real quick. Instant. But this one is just not. It's charging. It's charging, but it's not getting a signal to say that it's connected. So it's not the rail, which is good. What could that be? Works wirelessly, but it won't actually connect. Okay. Okay, well, I guess we'll take a look at the Joy-Con rail here. Very interesting. So this, of course, as with most of the things in my life, went from a super easy fix to something is a little funky here, and I don't know what. But what I am going to do is we are going to swap back out the Joy-Con rails. I guess they're both brand new. Doesn't really matter. The board that I pulled this one from is just a spare chassis I've got lying around from a motherboard that was too far gone for me to repair. Yeah, there's more of that red shit in this. What the heck? Maybe that's what shorted this thing out. Anyway, the mystery of the red shit will have to continue another day. Let's get you hooked back up and then put back into my spares pile. And part of me was just secretly hoping it was the rail, because then I would be done with all of this. But no, I've got to investigate and spend even more time. I have no. Maybe. I'll just do that. realize a little easier later. So I've got to take a look, see. There's really not much to the Joy-Con system, so I'm a little perplexed here. But let's go ahead and take a look at the passives around this. Let's go back, put you in my jar again, your trash. Yeah, you set it for continuity. And let's just take a look. Let's pull this off. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so there's that little BM chip. Huh, is there supposed to be a passive there? Let's take a look. Another board I've got. This is a different revision, so it looks completely different. And then, do I have any? I don't know if I've got any Rev 2s lying around. This looks similar. Nope, that's a Rev 1. What about you? Nope, same thing, Rev 1. So these boards are fine. I'd have to like dig, but I'm pretty sure that's fine not being connected. Maybe? What would go there? I also do seem to be missing a passive here. I think. So I think I'm either missing this piece here and here. Let's take a look at this other Joy-Con around, see if we can see maybe the same chip. See, I don't got the same chip unless that's what that is, but I don't think so. Because that's a 8-pin and this is a 6, 5. So that's different. Definitely feels like there should have been something there though. And I just don't have another Rev 2 pulled apart right now to take a look. Could be on the back of this board. I was trying to do everything I could to avoid having to pull the motherboard out because it's just a pain in the dick to do that. If you're on MOSFETs, it won't be a help. I just don't know. That's cool. I just literally, this is why I need to put all of my parts in bags, because I just lost 2 screws that I should not have lost. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. I'm not that familiar with the Marico design as much as I am with the Arista as to whether or not those needs to be populated or not. I'll have to poke around my bag of tricks here and see if I can't maybe find Americo. I gotta go get my flashlight. Well, if I knew where my flashlight was, I could get it. I hate losing fasteners. I better look for it now while I can. Just trying to think too while I'm looking here where I might be able to find a image that might help me. And this isn't a huge deal. I've got plenty of these screws and they're not that important anyway, but I just hate losing them. Screw hunt. Oh shit. Oh, sure it'll turn up someday. Sometimes you get lucky and they're just staring you right in the face. Fortunately, this whole area needs to get torn down and rebuilt again. It's starting to get a little cramped. Yeah. I think that's the black screw that I lost for a PS4. Well, I found a screw, but not the screw I was looking for. I ain't too worried about it. Just sucks. It's just sloppy work. Knocking screws off the table like that. In my defense, I wasn't planning on having to keep this open for more than a couple of minutes because I thought it was going to be a quick fix, but let's just go ahead and stop that from happening again, shall we? Well, I don't know what to do. I could just maybe bridge it with solder. Why would that just pop off? Doesn't make any sense. And that was also had some weird, but that could have been from me. That just feels like it did have something on it at one point. I just don't know what it could have been. I don't have the boards to really help me here. Because everything I've been working on lately have all been V1 Aristas. And they're all different. This is the same way. Slightly different. See, on these, it's the same chip. BW722, but see, like, these are non-pop as well, but I don't have. This is going to be tough. Let's see if I can test this. All right, let's get this back into off of inspection mode real quick so I don't have a seizure while I try to do this. Unplug the battery so I don't fry anything. All right, so we're in continuity mode. I'm basically trying to see if I've got connection from this pad to here, and I don't. I do. Okay. So maybe that's it. Maybe whatever is supposed to be right in here is no longer in here. And you would think, so let's see here. We're going to plop you down real quick, and then we're going to grab our probe on this pad right here and see where he shows up. It doesn't. Feels like it would be like, huh. Interesting. So either my probe isn't good enough here, or but I'm not getting down to it. Yeah, there's no, let's see. Okay, let's just zoom in. Make my life a lot more difficult than I need it to be. Let's check this out. So sometimes on the non-connects, you'll see a very, very tiny trace going between the pads. And see, like, there was something there. There had to have been something there. And it's just gone. And I don't know what the F it was. That's just, I don't know, maybe it was a resistor? Could have been. I don't know why you would have two 0201 bypass caps in the same line. It's not a differential pair, so I don't. So this is giving me 100K. Yeah, see, there was 100%. There was something there. Yeah, there's definitely something there that's not there now. So it could be a 100K resistor, which is kind of what I'm guessing it is, given the fact. Well, and see, okay, that's what I was talking about before. We can see here on this one where I thought there should have been something. You can see that just in between those two shiny silver solder pads right there, you can see that little light green line. So there's continuity from this side to this connector. So I would bet, if I was a betting man, here, and if I go ahead and put my probe right here, and then just kind of, yeah. Okay, so that's fine. So it is the guy right there that is causing us an issue. I don't think. I might have to just take the board out, which kind of sucks, but let's just try this real fast. Kind of want to maybe test my theory out here. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. And it's very, very tight in here. Chances of me melting something is pretty high. What we're going to do is pull this guy out. My soldering iron to fire up real quick. I gotta go get some water for the sponge, but we're gonna just essentially try to maybe just short that out and see if I get connection back, and then I'll have to look it up to figure out what exactly that's supposed to be. I think it's gonna be, if I'm gonna guess, it's gonna be a 100k ohm resistor, which I have an absolute literal metric F ton of. So, all right, let's go ahead and soak this sponge a little bit. I like using both the sponge and the brass sponge. Now that I have a T12 station, I don't really have to worry about the tip not rebounding the cold water. There we go. Okay. Perfect. Okay. So, got that going. We're going to try this, and this is going to be a giant pain in my butt, is my guess. Because that guy is not in a not fun spot. Okay, let's just do that. And we're gonna potentially locate my flux here. Just a freaking dab of flux is all I'm gonna need. That's way too much, but I really don't wanna like flood this connector with flux, but here we go. That should be really all I need. Perfect. And here is where the fun is going to be. Yeah. All right, now, question remains is, can I just get these suckers to bridge? The answer is probably not. They're not looking happy here. I gotta be really careful with these stupid effing plastic connectors, because I don't have to replace another speaker simply because I was not paying attention. There we go. Perfect. Okay. So this is obviously a very temporary fix here. Because if this works, then my next recourse is I've absolutely got to go and figure out what is supposed to be there. And we're going to go ahead and get that put into place, because I'm not a very big fan of hacky fixes like this. Because, you know, the 100k resistor is obviously there for a reason, or whatever passive may have been there was there for a reason. Yeah, slightly, just very slightly tap that corner, I guess, at one point. No biggie, no biggie, no biggie, no biggie. honestly, no biggie. I don't like ruining things when I can avoid it, but that was a pretty tight area, and if that's the only damage that happened, I'll be really happy with the outcome, especially if this works. And then I could just kind of set it aside, and we'll go ahead and ask some people smarter than me. What the heck was supposed to be there? But for now, we're just going to see if this worked. I kind of don't really have faith, but it was the only thing really standing out to me is what could possibly be wrong here. Uh-oh, did I melt that battery connector to the point? I did. F. Oh, I just ruined the battery. Maybe. I could always solder a new battery connector on if I need to, but it's working. Well, that hiss is still there. Like I said, I don't really... Okay, so there's the Bluetooth pairing. Ha! That was it. So, not connected? Connected. That was it, folks. That was it. Now, my dumbass, and this is why I didn't want to do this in the first place. I could see if maybe I could fix this. Gotta be real careful though, but you can see that I kinda melted things here. And I did that because I tapped the damn freaking soldering iron against the battery connector. Now, the good thing is we could still make connections. So if I could just kind of open this up a little bit here. Maybe if anything, I could just solder on a new battery connector. It's not that big of a deal. Not my most favorite thing to do, but I mean, honestly, not huge. But this is working. Well, actually, we're going to do that too. We might just... Yeah, that's right. Let's just do this. So y'all can see me struggle getting this speaker connector in. Oh boy. Man, I knew that was going to happen. I should have taped it to the battery like I should have. I had to tell myself, do this because you're going to freaking melt the connector. And you convince yourself that you're good enough that you're not going to melt the connector. And then you melt the connector. Probably should have just pulled the board out, but alright, let's see now what happens when I charge. Does it take a charge? It does. Okay, and then perfect. And then we're gonna go to controllers. It's charging there. Let's grab the gray one, make sure it's also going to connect still. It does. Okay, well, we got this one fixed. I think we're just going to take a look real quick. I'm pretty sure I got the wireless connected. Yep, sure did. Okay. Sounds good. All right, well, I'm just going to have to figure out exactly what part should have gone there. And then we can call this one good. So this one is going to get set aside. And now we're going to bring in our next contender here. Now this one is the same deal. This one turns on, but the left Joy-Con refuses to connect. So let's get her open and take a look. Now this one's more beat up than the last one was. But same kind of scenario here. This guy. Okay, and again, just double check. No cartridge. No SD card. So we've struck out both times. And we're just going to go ahead and get her disassembled here. Now. This feels like it's been apart. Well, maybe not. This one doesn't. The other one did, though. Could just be fading plastics. I don't like the design they have for the back shell. They use a lot too many plastic tabs and plastic bosses, and that felt kind of stiff. Is there a little Loctite on it? I don't know. I think this one's been opened before, to be quite honest. It's definitely more worn. That still felt tight, but again, is it gonna have? See, like there's something there. It feels like they put like a little thread locker on it. Okay, we got that taken care of. Let's grab our tri-wing bit here. Okay. All right, multimeter. Okay. First time opening, looks a little crusty, a lot of dust that I'm seeing. Some white spots, but I think it's just, well, I don't know. Could be potential liquid damage. Like right here is looking a little crusty. That's looking a little worn. I think we're gonna be okay though in terms of liquid damage. Liquid damage is the one thing that I try not to fuck with liquid damage. I mean, sometimes I'll take it as a challenge, but like for the most part, they're so unreliable. You don't know what's damaged, and sometimes even if it doesn't look damaged, water's gotten underneath it, and it just it's a serious crapshoot if you get it fixed, and then an even bigger crapshoot if it'll stay fixed. And I struggle with selling them to other people because you just don't know if the thing's just ever going to go poof, or if you miss a spot, or I don't know. So I just tend to avoid them as much as possible. Sometimes you just get skunked because either the person doesn't really know, or they just absolutely lied to you, which I've actually had happen a few times. Like, okay, that's stuck on there pretty good. There we go. Oh, clean as a whistle besides the dirt. Alright, so we have the same situation here where the Joy-Con rail is not picking up on the Joy-Con. But in this case, I really do think it is the rail. I probably should have kept the other one unscrewed. So, let's do some visual inspection around this board. I don't know what that is. Hope that's not a bug part. It's pretty rare to find bugs in these things. It has happened, but nothing major, just literally just one. That looks okay. That's shut down just fine. I think I am the first person in here, to be quite honest. And let's just go ahead and get you under the microscope real quick here and see if anything pops up underneath for you. Now this was also haha. So here we go, folks. I'll be able to answer my question. I am placing bets. I'm saying that this is either going to be a 100K or a 10K resistor. And I know you all can't see my multimeter, but I can. So you're going to have to take my word for it when I measure it. Okay, so it's giving me 455 ohms in circuit. So potentially a 1K ohm resistor. Could be. It's pretty rare to see a 450 ohm resistor. Like this one's 100K, I think. See, this one's 100 ohms. This is a capacitor, I thought. Yeah. And this. I wonder if it's just 450 ohms, which I actually really just don't have a replacement for. I'll ask those smarter than me whether or not the bridge will be fine. 450 ohm resistor probably is not doing too much. To be frank, I don't really see it doing much. But you never know. Sometimes these things are going to see that one pin right there, fourth from the right. That one looks a little weird. So let's go ahead and just change this rail out, I think. I think that's what we're going to do here. And see if that fixes the problem, because I'm pretty sure this cable is in there all the way. I don't really see this being the issue. There is a little, well, I can see a little bit of damage right there. Oddly enough. Okay. Well, let us grab a spare. Grab this one. And then we will see if it is just a dead rail. Because it is pretty beat up. So basically just plopping this guy out. Lelia, if you're still there, I hope you are having a good Memorial Day weekend. I am starting to have a better weekend, considering I am no longer feeling sick like I was yesterday. Okay. So I pop this out. This is the good one. I'll keep that to the left here. I'll do the same for this guy. And hopefully, Lelia, you'll get that Game Boy in the mail to me at some point so I can get it working again for you. I'm sure you'd like to have that thing functional. I have a couple of Atari Lynxes set to come up next week that I'm just playing around with them both this morning. They actually are both functional. I'm going to be upgrading the screen on one. Both of them are going to get recapped and have their power circuits upgraded. And then I'm going to sell one and keep one. Very neat little device. Game Gear often gets credited as being the world's first color handheld, but nope, Atari beat them with the Lynx, surprisingly. Not surprisingly, it did not do very well, because Atari, past 2600, just kind of fell off the map, unfortunately. And the Lynx was actually quite advanced for its time. When you take a look at the hardware and what it did, it just never went anywhere. I think there's a total of like 71 or 74 games produced for it. So it didn't have the biggest library. Anyways, we're getting this rail just basically tacked into place, so to speak. Then I get a couple of the fasteners in, then I'm going to hook it in, and then we'll test again. And then if I get the Joy-Con to recognize, I know that the rail itself is dead. I'll have to replace it with a new one. Well, I'll replace it with this one and then replace my donor with the fresh one. Okay, we got that going. And okay, got her booted. Let's see here. Alright, so we should get to the initialization screen after this guy. And then, let's not short you out. Joy-Con. Left one. Joy-Con rail was the problem. So far, anyway. So we'll go through the setup process here, I guess, with you folks. And then we'll take a look at this Joy-Con rail. I don't know why that died, but I guess it's that one wonky looking pin, so Today's stream brought to you by coffee. All right, let's see here. I'm just going to go through all this BS. Oh, Wi-Fi is working. Let's just go ahead and connect to it. Okay, Chicago. Later. Oh, I gotta remember. I've gotta. All right. Okay, so really the only thing left to do here. Let's just test these sticks out real quick. That's calibrated just fine. No drift on this one. ABX and Y work. Shoulder buttons all work. That works. 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 Up, right, down, left works. Minus works. Unable to take a video capture now. It's probably because I double clicked it. That worked, and obviously we know that the home works, so we're just going to go back because I want to test the touchscreen real quick. And we've got full range of movement on the touchscreen. No dead spots, so okay, cool. This one is freaking good. The battery's low, but now let's just see if it's charging okay. It should be. Might have some weird battery issues going on with this thing. 5% battery. It's taking a 1 amp charge at 15 volts, so fast charging is working. Probably just a little low. That's good. And then the last thing I did want to just go check real quick. Serial number is what I'm looking for. Serial information. See, this is XKW 1004114. Okay, so the matches. And this is a unpatched system. So paid like I think 105 for this after shipping with the Joy-Cons. So I could sell the tablet alone for 175. Joy-Cons are worth a good extra 25, 30 a piece. So I mean, made almost $100 profit on this thing, and all I had to do was throw in a spare Joy-Con rail. But we are good. So we're good. We're good. We're good. I'm going to go ahead and just put this one back together. Now I might actually change the thermal paste on this one. Let me just take a look here real quick. So this is the Shield, and yeah, see, that's feeling more like it's got a more Play-Doh-like consistency to it. So let's just go ahead and do them a solid here, and we will go ahead and take off the heat sink or the heat pipe, throw a fresh coating of thermal paste on for them. That way they'll be good for another 4 or 5 years, and then we'll wipe the dust off the back Oh, that scared me for a second there. And the solder wire made a noise like a screw. Anywho, we're going to just put my hot air gun here on like 120 degrees C. I try not to tear up this foam if I can avoid it. All you really got to do is just warm the glue up and kind of squish things along. This is the slower method of doing this, but it works. Usually doesn't give me this much of a fit, but it's on there today. There we go. There we go. Come on. I think we're good. We're just gonna have to kind of manually. There we go. There we go. Yeah, this thermal paste is looking a little chunky, so it gets this kind of like, it feels like clay or like Play-Doh. Like you could press onto it and it doesn't really come away on your fingers. And it still works at this consistency, but yeah, it's there. It's at the end of life, so to speak. So we just go ahead and squidge that off, and then we're gonna get this stuff on the heat pipe as well. Really kind of careful with the copper because it's soft, and you don't really want to bend it. The heat pipes have a very specific shape they need to hold to function properly. So, all right. So now we got to go grab our brand new tube of thermal paste. I switched up to MX4 from the Corsair stuff I was using last time. So let's go ahead and just squidge that in there. Ooh. Just do that. Get the lid back on. I think they all pretty much at this level function just the same. Since these are just consumer grade electronics, you don't need to go and do anything crazy. Definitely don't need things like liquid metal. Don't do that ever. Don't ever use liquid metal on devices that don't need it. Because more often than not, you'll just ruin your device. And since we're not doing anything crazy overclockwise, you don't need very special thermal compound. Just basic bitch $10 for 13 gram tube or whatever is more than enough. MX4 is perfectly fine. That Corsair stuff I was using last time, perfectly fine. Everything's under 20 bucks. In fact, a lot of times under $10, and it'll last you, depending on how much you do. I got about a good year out of my stuff. Anyway, so now we just take the opposite approach here and kind of squeeze that foam back onto the glue as best we can. All this foam really does is kind of make a better connection for the fan. But, it never hurts to actually make sure that you take care of your cooling. Well, I feel dumb now. I had a thermal pad for BQ that has gone missing. Why? What the heck? What the heck? Oh, that's funky. Oh, that's broken. Not uncommon, but not making me too happy. Well, I don't want to lose that because that thermal pad is actually pretty handy. I mean, I guess I could always just roll my own because I've got my own, but yeah, that's just for these are just for the speakers. What happened to that though? I don't like losing that because that one's actually kind of important. I mean, it won't stop the system from running, but that BQ chip, if you're not familiar with it, that thing gets hot as shit. Oh, there it is. Okay, thank God. So we'll just replace the thermal pad on BQ here. Squish them down into place. I mean, I've got aftermarket stuff that I could replace that with, but got to make sure you kind of have the same thickness and stuff, and which I'm pretty sure I'd be able to do, but you never really know. Yeah, this more viscous stuff is definitely very Play-Doh-like. So this step is kind of unnecessary, but I still kind of like to do it. Let's just wipe the heatsink off a little bit more here. You're supposed to use a thicker consistency for thermal paste right here. I like to just put like a pea size or half a pea sized amount on the pipe because it doesn't really hurt anything. It's probably not doing too much. I probably should go out and buy some of the thicker stuff. Okay, there we go. Now we can just kind of get her working again here. So these are the easier ones that I wanted to get out of the way, the boring ones, so to speak. Although that Joy-Con rail one was an more interesting fix than I was used to. So I'll have to confer with those smarter than me. Just exactly what the heck. Okay, I'm gonna get this. This is the SD card that I struggled with a little bit in the last one. Not so much on this one. I started taking off that rubber pad because I found myself having to reconnect this SD card reader a few different times. Oh shit. You know, I did all of this and I didn't do some very, very, very basic functionality testing. So let's get this thing turned back on again. And it is one thing I gotta check. I think the charging circuit was good. 0.47 at 15. Charging symbol. Yeah, it's good. I forgot. I think I did check that out actually. I did, however, want to verify SD card and game card functionality on this. I did not do that, unfortunately. Because another one I'm about. Oh, I think that was it. Shit, you know, I think that's touchscreen. God, moving too quick. Okay, touchscreen's fine. Touchscreen's fine. SD card coming in. We should say it's not recognized or whatever. Yep. Not see. There we go. Okay, that's interesting. But very promising. Probably need to update the firmware. Oh, well, that just hit the ground and disappeared. There we are. Okay. And then I need to go find. I'll just borrow my buddy's game card. Just double check this. I think it should be fine. I don't see why this wouldn't work, but game card in and. Aha, look at that. Game card is not being read. Cool. And this is why I test everything before I button it up. And I probably should have done all this testing before I put all the thermal paste and everything on and wasted all that. God dang it. Okay, so we've got a game card reader error, which is unfortunate. Let's just try it again here. It's fine. Okay. Probably inserted it kind of funky. Usually these things are like if the game card reader's broken, the touch won't work. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Very cool. Okay. Close the software. This one is ready to go. Obviously, I've got to do my normal things with it, like usually docking. I'll test the dock and everything too. So, I mean, I'll put it back together, but I'm guessing that I do that. I'm probably going to have to rebuild the dock, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. All right, let's go ahead and clean this dust off real fast so that we're not giving someone a cruddy looking system. It's pretty dusty in here. We don't want to wipe a whole lot of thermal paste on the inside of it either. So let's make sure. There we go. Okay, just clean up some of this dust that's kind of caked on. There is a lot of it. And surprisingly, the shell isn't beat up, but still not too bad. Not too bad. All right, so that's probably going to get me everywhere I can get with that. And then let's grab a Q-tip real quick. And this should let me kind of get into these crevices right here. This thing was pretty crunchy. But dust is just dust. Really not doing much. And I will clean dust all day versus liquid damage. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty gross, but clean it up quite nicely. All right. We are good. We do have some extra fasteners on this one side because we replaced the Joy-Con rail. I'm gonna have to do some China ordering today. Get some Joy-Con rails, get some OLED USB-C ports. I need both. I do have a couple of OLEDs that unfortunately need their ports replaced. One of which I thought I had already done that, but I'm going to just try to reflow that one. I don't like reflowing USB ports because there's a good chance you're going to melt something. It's a lot easier just to do a hot drop on them, but I'm going to try. I am going to try. Anyways, so let's see here. That's not the right screw. That's not the right screw. Let us get one of these tiny ones. These little tiny freaking midget screws that you use underneath the kickstand are quite honestly the worst. But once they go in, they're in. And for some reason, either maybe due to their mass or what, I don't know. They just don't. These, oh no, don't fall. Okay, thank God. So these screws in the bottom and the top, they just don't stick to the screwdriver very well. There we go. Okay, so got you. Okay. So yeah, see that boss is stripped out just a little bit. I can't tell. I honestly could not tell if I'm the first person that was in this or not. I don't think I was, but either or. Okay. Then we could just go ahead and get the last four in. And then we can add a brand new unpatched console. Well, a new unpatched console to the rest of my unpatched consoles. I could also do a case swap and a stereo sticker swap, which I might do because I've got a couple of chassis that have a really, really nice screen on them. And that way I could really ask top dollar for the unpatched systems. Or I could save this one in the state that it's in, get slightly less for it, and give somebody a good deal, but they're going to have to deal with a more beat up system. And if they want to later, they can always change the digitizer out. So, okay. Well, this guy is fixed. And we're on to the next. So, the next one that I've got has already been taken apart. Both these. Go here. Yeah, we'll leave them here. Maybe I'll do that a different way. I've got a couple of unfortunate no-fix unpatched. I had a friend of mine send me his nieces and nephews saying that they went to bed and it was fine. They woke up and it wasn't. And unfortunately, from as far as I can tell, the CPU died somehow. And he just let me keep it. So I might do something fun with that later, but I really don't think I'm going to fix it. Anywho, this one, what was wrong with this one? I can't remember now. Oh, this one was liquid damaged. And the Joy-Con rail wasn't working on it, I believe. Let's go ahead and verify that. Oh, and the touchscreen wasn't working as well. So we've got some issues in this one. The main one being that it was liquid damaged. And I could see the liquid damage around this connector. So yeah, I think that is going to be the case with this one. Might have to replace the Joy-Con, and we're going to have to do some testing around the card reader. I thought it worked though. Well, I'm not getting any life from it. Battery's plugged in. I think this one also said they was a no power, no charge, and then it was giving me some weird battery readings. Yeah, see, like, oh, I think I had to kickstart this one with my known working battery, which is actually right in front of me. So I'm getting a 0 amp charge, so I think there is some component level faults as well around BQ, which could also be related to those passes that are kind of chewed up. So let's just go ahead and just throw in a good working battery on this one. Let's see, I remember when I plugged it in with the working battery, I actually was getting a charge, which was very odd. No, see, now I'm not getting any charge, but now it's not working at all. Okay, so this has gone to a complete black screen of sorrow situation. But it works, it's just not charging, so we know that all the ICs should be good. So probably a passive or two that's dead. That's taking way too long. That's a second stage boot problem. And now we can see the digitizer's not working as well. Let's go ahead and throw on a Joy-Con. Okay, so so the system works. Right Joy-Con's fine. I think the left Joy-Con again is fried. Yes, it is. It's not even connecting wirelessly, but that could be because you don't know. And see, then I get that. And then it shuts off. See, it's telling me it's a dead battery, but I know it's not. I think, and then when I take off the Joy-Con, so there's a short going on around that area, which when I get it under the microscope, you'll see why. So let's just go ahead and unplug. I do remember this one. Yeah, obviously the liquid damage indicator has gone off, so this one has been liquid damaged. I don't think this one is unpacked, unfortunately. Just leave those off to the side here. So let's go ahead and get you under the microscope, huh? And we're going to be taking a look right here at the BQ area. And yes, you can see how everything down there is looking kind of crusty. And these passes around BQ are also not looking too good. But for the most part, that seems to be where the liquid damage was relegated to, which is good. Except that's not looking too good right there. But I can't tell if that's liquid damage or just some crud. So I don't see... We know that this isn't working either. So anyway, regardless, we're just going to have to pull it apart. And this one I'm definitely going to have to pull apart. Because of the liquid damage. This is the one I kind of was planning on spending most of my time with today. It is now 2:30 p.m. It is nice to get those other two functional. I have another one coming on Monday, which I'm hoping is going to be like one of the easier fixes you can get with the unpatched systems. And that the guy was complaining that the system is completely functional, however, it overheats in the dock, which usually points to the fact that it's the fan diode that I was talking about before. Okay, so this doesn't look like it's been apart before. Taking a look, I could see some rust on the heat pipe. And seeing as the thermal paste is kind of liquidy, that would kind of point to the fact that something got in there that shouldn't have. I could see rust on the CPU shield, which is never a good sign, folks. Never a good sign, honestly. Never really want to see rust anywhere on the internals of your system. It means that water has been sitting there for a good long while. Sad thing about Nintendo Switches is they're designed with children in mind. However, they are very, very allergic to children. And this is why. So let us go ahead and proceed a full disassembly. We'll start by removing the majority of these ribbon cables here. That fan is like weird. It feels like it's not screwed down all the way. Okay, let's pull you out real quick and then you out. Okay. Let's take off the Wi-Fi antennas, all IPLs. Okay. Then we will disconnect the hard drive or the touchscreen reader, which is a little disconcerting for me as to why that's not working. I do have plenty of spares now. Unfortunately, there are different versions of the card reader, so I might not have a spare for this board. We will find out. I do want to pull this first, though. Thought I saw like up here slight signs of some liquid ingress. Oh yeah, that's why that card reader's not working, or that's why the digitized not working. So that's essentially a really good spot where this water might have come in. Some heavy corrosion there. So we're just gonna pull this one off for now because it is gonna have to be looked at. I'm gonna have to clean out all that crap. Thankfully, doesn't really seem like it's much more than surface damage, which is great. Things I just have to wipe a little alcohol on are amazing. Okay, hard drive was fine. We have all our cables pulled, so now I can literally just come in here and get rid of all these black screws. I'm guessing there's probably going to be a chunk of liquid damage in the backside of this board. But if I'm lucky, it's just really all that I saw. And light cleaning and maybe a couple passes that I have to figure out the values for, which would be freaking awesome. These last two silvers for the USB need to go. The 0 amp charging is a little worrisome, but we can just do some measurements to figure out why that's happening. Let's pull it out, because it could just be as simple as a passive that's dead that needs to get replaced. Okay, so let's, at first glance, it really doesn't look that bad. There's no liquid corrosion around MAX 77620. P13 looks immaculate. I do see some liquid corrosion on the USB port. The fuel gauge looks fine. So really all the major players look okay. And on the inside of the case, I'm just besides the game card reader, it's looking pretty good. So now let's go ahead and pull you back under the scope here. Take a look at this area. So you can see that I know I've got replacements for BQ chips and passes. I do have a replacement for this Joy-Con connector, which is going to have to go. See all the corrosion on the pins. Now this I don't, and this I don't. That's kind of gross looking. I'd have to figure out what the heck that one was. Battery connector looks fine. I mean, BQ looks fine too. I'm gonna have to measure the resistors around, make sure they're still good. I'm getting 15 volts at fuse is good. There's no liquid damage up here that I could see. And since I'm getting 15 volts, I'm assuming that's good. So you can see right here was the little bit of rust that I saw. So let's go up here. I'll just take a quick look inside the LCD port to make sure that I just didn't damage it when I pull the cable out. It does happen. But as far as I can tell, those pins are where they should be. Yeah, that's looking good. That's looking fine. No liquid damage on the game card reader. There's a little bit right by the PowerFlex cable. There's a little damage here. I mean, it's gonna need a scrub, but I'm guessing it was like a soda or juice that got in here, because that looks like carbonized crap, which is usually the case with sugary stuff. Hard drive looks good. No reason to really pull that. And that looks just fine. So really our biggest problem is going to be here. And I have absolutely zero clue what this, I think it's an 0402. Really don't know what that one is. So I guess we'll give it a quick clean. And then I'll see what I can see. I know that connector is going to have to go, but all very good signs. Yeah, so I don't know. The end cap, is that end cap still here? I think the end cap is still here. No, it's gone. That's gone. I think that cap is probably dead. Yeah, it's 100% gone. It's still soldered on. So I should have connection from here to here. Not there though. Do I have? See, I'm still showing a connection. Now, I was getting a 0 amp draw before, so let's just try this real quick and see if I'm still getting that after the cleaning. I just want to see if that changed anything. It did not. Still getting a 0 amp draw. And it's not turning the system on. Maybe I have a problem with my USB port, which very well could be the issue. Did see some liquid damage in there. I'm not showing any amp draw. Which is very unusual. Yeah. Okay, so let's take a look at this port real quick. See all the crap I just got out of this thing. Now I can do this, put a little light on you. Yeah, the port's looking a little suspect here. So you can see the corrosion and the slight break in that, but the inside of it is pretty freaking immaculate. Let's take a look at this. I mean, like, there's nothing like jumping out as to why this would not want to work. A little farther zoom. Take more advantage of that light. Where'd my flashlight go? Yeah, see how I've got. See, I'm gonna struggle to find a game reader for this, I think. Okay, so let's just want to get some more light in there. I don't know. I just don't know. So the thing I guess we can do to test is just maybe pop in a little USB-C breakout board here and just test some diode readings. But I imagine it's not going to tell me much. So I got a little breakout board here. I'm going to put the red probe on ground, and then we're just going to go through and test, it's just VCon 5.51, which is what we expected. The data lines, 7s, VBus, 0.54, 7. Data line's good, CC, it's fine, which kind of matches what I was seeing. So this is all looking fine. 0.7, 0.5. Yeah, I mean, this is okay. So nothing popping out on the diode readings. Okay, so now we're gonna take a look at the passes in this area here and get some readings on them. So all the resistors look fine. It's just, I guess we could real quick just test this inductor, which doesn't look damaged, but yeah, we're getting, it's plenty fine there. This is not looking too happy. Nothing here shorted. And that's all good. Okay. So I guess we check the resistances of these resistors and just make sure that we're at least getting back reasonable values. There's a couple weird ones up here, but I'll recognize them when I see them. 3.8 kiloohms. 221 ohms, and then this should be another 3.8, I think. No, 10K. That's all good, and the rest of the things are all going to be 10Ks. 10K. That one's giving me the mega ohms. No, 10K. This one's like a 0. Yeah, that's the 0 ohm right there. That should all be 10Ks. Oh, that's another 0. Is that a capacitor? That's not even on a charging circuit. 2 ohm. 10K. 10K. So all the resistors here look good. 4.9K. It's a little weird, I think. And these should all be 100Ks. I know that sometimes if these die, you cannot get charged, but no, that's 10K. So that's 100K. That seems a little off. That seems wrong. So that top resistor's reading is 10K, but these should all be 100K value. I know in-circuit should give you slightly less or slightly more reading, but that's 100K. And then this guy right here, I'm getting 9K. 100K. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. This one's coming through as, no, 100K. 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 So all those are 100K. Let me just go grab a test board here. I know the charging circuit and let's just grab this one right here because I know the charging circuit on this board is good. And then we'll plop you in. It's probably going to be a 10K resistor. I'm probably just chasing my tail on this, but it's so weird because the rest of them are all, yeah, it's 10K. Okay, so M92 is fine. This should give me a, yeah, that's fine. Okay, so that is in place. Very, very, very weird. $15 volts, 0 amps. Let's see here. Yeah, like the inductor is not putting out anything. Millivolts. It's a VSys. We should be getting something. Like even. This battery is just dead. I grabbed a different one. Yeah, this battery shown is dead. So let's try this with my known working. So this one I know is good. Actually, actually probably gotta let it sit on a charger for an hour or so. It's getting a little run down. Just gonna double check the charge on it though and just verify. Yeah, no, it works as it booted the system. Yeah, 3.79 volts. So when I plug you in, and I plug you in, still getting 0 amps. Okay, but now what do I get? The inductor, 3.79. So okay, that's reading the battery. It's definitely not charging anything. Are we getting what we should be getting though? No. 0.8 here, which is not right. I just fried the board. I just fried it. That's why I don't do what I just did. God dang it, Justin. Well, somehow, luckily, I might be lucky here, but I doubt it. Oh, I think it just booted. Let's try this again. I might just replace M92 for the heck of it, but okay. Oop. Yeah. Okay, it's still booting. Still not getting any charging current though. Let's take a look at the fuel gauge. That's all fine. No damage there. Pi's fine too. Just don't see anything that's like. I don't see anything that's popping out as a problem. just don't. My issue is I don't see anything like definitive popping out as to change. I mean, I could just start swapping some stuff here. I mean, I know that those two passes don't look the greatest, but one is directly related to the Joy-Con rail, which could explain why the Joy-Con rail is not working. The other is directly linked to BQ. Looks to be like a decoupling or a bypass capacitor. I actually have a replacement for that, so that would be easy to throw a new one on. Those transistors look fine. Yeah, I don't rightfully know. This is a kind of perplexing one. The shitty thing about this one is that the touchscreen wasn't working. So even if I do, well, I guess. Probably more just interested to see if I can get the Joy-Con to connect now, but I don't think it's related to my problem. I don't really like the way that's going in. I think I just bent a pin. I hate this freaking connector. Words cannot describe how much I hate this particular connector. I don't know which one is worse. This one or the daughter board on the switch light. Let's say the daughter board on the switch light, because I think I can get this one locally. See, this does not feel like it's seating there. See? But is it? Because the cable's a little weird? Could be. Well, if I have display issues, I know where to start looking. And so I do need to hook up the power flex because it's another sign something's a little funky. It should recognize when I plug in USB power to boot it, but maybe because it's not getting any charge to BQ. Anyway, I just kind of semi-assembling this just to check to see if maybe cleaning all that crud off the Joy-Con area is going to allow the Joy-Con to start working again. That still doesn't solve our BQ or no charge issue. And there as far as it's going to go. I could charge this other battery up too using the spare board that I've got, but for the time being, let's just see if we can get this to work here. Okay, there's the Nintendo logo. Well, I know that the touchscreen is not going to work because I don't have the game card reader hooked up. Okay, well that booted a lot quicker that time. Do you pick up on the Joy-Con? You do not. Okay, so still no Joy-Con. What could it be? Could it be the rail? Very well could be the rail. I mean, it could be that the connector is so far gone. I do actually want to try. Let me see if I can get the touchscreen to work too. All right, so we're gonna hook the game card reader in. I don't think I tried making it read games last time, but let's go ahead and okay. Let's double check my work here. I think I got that in there okay. God dang it. Yeah, you're fine. Okay.